Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Deep within the Iron Mountain's ancient heart, where shadows danced with forgotten memories, the first tremor of change rippled through chambers untouched by time. For 1,000 years, Balrog, the Lord of Eternal Flames, had slumbered in his volcanic sanctuary, his dreams intertwined with the very essence of the world. But on this day, as the mountain's crystals pulsed with an otherworldly warning, the ancient guardian's eyes of living fire slowly opened. The disturbance that had roused him was unlike anything he had felt before. A deep, gnawing emptiness that threatened to devour the very fabric of magic itself. Through the network of crystalline veins that threaded through his domain, Balrog could sense the distant machinations of power-hungry mortals. The Void Weavers, as they called themselves, were systematically draining the world's vital essence, unraveling the delicate tapestry of power that he and his kind had sworn to protect in ages long past. Rising from his chamber of obsidian and fire, Balrog's massive form cast dancing shadows on the walls. His body, wreathed in eternal flames that burned with the intensity of 1,000 suns, illuminated the countless runes carved into the mountain's heart, ancient warnings and prophecies that spoke of this very moment. Each step he took left molten footprints in the stone, a testament to the primordial power that coursed through his being. As he ascended through the mountain's twisted passages, memories of the world he had left behind a millennium ago flooded his consciousness. He remembered the pact made with the first kings, the promise to sleep until the world truly needed his power again. But the mortals of this age knew him only through distorted legends, tales of a demon of shadow and flame, a destroyer rather than a guardian. The irony was not lost on him as he emerged from the mountain's peak into a world bathed in twilight. The sky above was stained with unnatural hues, evidence of the Void Weaver's dark work. From his vantage point, Balrog could see the once vibrant lands of Helios stretched out before him, now dulled and drained of their magical essence. The great forests of Everwood, whose leaves once shimmered with ethereal light, now stood gray and lifeless. The crystal lakes, which had reflected the power of the stars themselves, lay still and dark. In the distance, atop the ivory towers of the Celestial Academy, Balrog could sense the Void Weavers at work. Their ritual circles pulsed with stolen power, drawing the world's magic into their crystalline repositories. Leading them was Archmagister Malachi, whose ambition had blinded him to the catastrophic consequences of his actions. With each passing moment, more of the world's vital essence was torn from its natural flow, threatening to unravel the very foundations of existence. Yet Balrog knew he could not simply unleash his full power upon them. Such an action would only confirm the fears and legends that had grown around his name. Instead, he would need to demonstrate a different kind of strength, the wisdom and restraint that had earned him his role as a guardian in the first place. As he descended the mountain, his presence did not go unnoticed. A group of wandering mages from the academy, led by a young woman named Arya, had been tracking the unusual energy emanations from the Iron Mountain. When they encountered Balrog, their initial terror gave way to amazement as the ancient being made no move to harm them. Instead, he spoke to them in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder, sharing truths about the world's magic that had been lost to time. Arya, whose father had been one of the first to fall under Malachi's influence, recognized the wisdom in Balrog's words. She had long suspected that the Void Weaver's methods were destroying something precious, but had lacked the knowledge to prove it. Now, standing before this creature of legend, she understood the true scope of what was at stake. Together, they formed an unlikely alliance. While Balrog possessed the power to confront the Void Weavers directly, it was Arya's understanding of the Academy's defenses and politics that would prove crucial. She helped him approach the city in secret, using ancient tunnels that ran beneath the Academy's wards. Meanwhile, Balrog shared with her the knowledge of how magic truly flowed through the world, teaching her to see the delicate patterns that the Void Weavers were destroying. The confrontation came during the night of the Grand Convergence, when Malachi and his followers gathered to perform their greatest working yet. As they began their ritual to drain the power from the Academy's ancient heart, Balrog revealed himself. His appearance in the ritual chamber sent waves of panic through the assembled mages, but it was his actions that truly shocked them. Instead of attacking, Balrog channeled his eternal flames into the Academy's failing ley lines, reinforcing them with his own power. Through this display, he showed the Void Weavers the true nature of magic, not a resource to be hoarded and consumed, but a living force that flowed through all things. His flames, rather than destroying, restored and renewed. Malachi, consumed by his own ambitions, refused to accept this truth. He attempted to harness the combined power of all his stolen essence to strike down the ancient guardian. But as he drew upon the crystalline repositories, the unstable energy began to tear reality itself apart. It was Arya who realized what needed to be done, using her newfound understanding to help Balrog redirect the chaotic forces back into the world's natural flow. The battle that followed was not one of mere physical combat, but a struggle to preserve the very essence of magic itself. Balrog's flames danced through the Academy's halls, not as weapons of destruction, but as tools of healing and restoration. One by one, the Void Weavers saw the error of their ways as the world around them began to respond to the return of its vital energy. In the end, it was not Balrog's power that won the day, but the wisdom he represented. The Void Weavers' crystals were shattered, their stolen essence returned to the world. Malachi, refusing to abandon his ambitions, was consumed by the very forces he had sought to control. The Academy, under Arya's guidance, would become a center for learning the true nature of magic, with Balrog serving not as its master, but as its guardian and teacher. As the sun rose over Helios the next day, its light seemed brighter, more vital. The forests began to shimmer once more with their ethereal glow, and the crystal lakes once again reflected the power of the stars. Balrog returned to his mountain, not to sleep, but to watch and protect. He had shown the world that even the most feared of beings could be its greatest protector, and that true power lay not in control, but in understanding and preserving the delicate balance of all things. The legends of Balrog would be rewritten, not as tales of a demon of shadow and flame, but as stories of an ancient guardian who chose wisdom over wrath and protection over power. And in the halls of the Celestial Academy, students would learn that sometimes the most important lessons come from those we fear the most. Story 2. The last ray of sunlight faded from the skies of Helios like a dying ember, and with it, hope seemed to dim across the 7 kingdoms. For 300 days, an unnatural darkness had crept across the land, turning verdant fields to frost-bitten wastelands and transforming mighty rivers into ribbons of ice. In this world of encroaching shadows, only one light remained, the eternal flame of Balrog, ancient guardian of the first fire. From his molten throne in the heart of Mountain Furnace, Balrog watched as the endless twilight claimed another village. His eyes, burning like twin supernovas in the darkness, narrowed as he sensed the familiar signature of ancient magic, the unmistakable touch of his brother, Morgoth, Lord of the Eternal Frost. What had once been sibling rivalry in the Age of Gods had evolved into something far more sinister, Morgoth's obsession with extinguishing all warmth from the world. The mountain trembled as Balrog rose, his form a masterpiece of flame and shadow. Centuries of guarding the first fire had changed him, molding his once fearsome visage into something more refined, though no less powerful. Wings of living flame unfurled from his back, each beat sending cascades of embers through the carved halls of his sanctuary. As he emerged into the perpetual night, a sight both terrible and beautiful greeted him. The stars, usually hidden behind Morgoth's curse, seemed to shine brighter in his presence, as if reaching out to the last beacon of warmth in a freezing world. Below, in the Valley of Whispers, the last human settlement huddled around dwindling fires, their prayers carried on the icy wind. It was there that he first saw her Princess Solara of the Sunspire, last heir of the Kingdom of Dawn. Unlike the others who cowered at his approach, she stood tall, her golden eyes reflecting his flames with an intensity that spoke of something more than mere human determination. In her hands, she held a crystal that pulsed with a familiar rhythm, the Heartstone of Dawn, one of the 3 ancient relics of the first fire. Lord of Flames, she called out, her voice carrying across the frozen valley, I have seen you in my dreams, as my ancestors did before me. The prophecy speaks of 3 flames that must burn as one to break the eternal winter. Balrog landed before her, his presence melting the ice for leagues around. When he spoke, his voice was like the rumble of an active volcano. You carry the blood of the flame speakers, young one. Few mortals can perceive the true nature of the first fire. Together, they shared a vision of what must be done. The 3 relics of the first fire, the Heartstone of Dawn, the crown of eternal flame, and the sword of solar glory had been scattered across the realms when Morgoth first unleashed his curse. Only by reuniting them could they hope to break the spell of endless winter. Their journey took them first to the crystalline desert, where the crown of eternal flame lay buried in the temple of forgotten suns. Here, Balrog faced an unexpected challenge. His tremendous power, usually an asset, threatened to shatter the fragile crystal structures that held the crown. It was Solara who navigated the delicate passages, her innate connection to the flames allowing her to retrieve the relic, while Balrog held back the desert's freezing sandstorms, Morgoth's sentinels. In the frozen wastes of what had once been the great forest of evergreen, they sought the sword of solar glory. Here, they encountered the ice wraiths, Morgoth's most loyal servants. Balrog's flames clashed with their frost magic in spectacular displays of elemental fury, while Solara discovered that her growing ability to channel the first fire could keep the smaller wraiths at bay. But it was in the quiet moments between battles that the most significant changes occurred. Balrog, who had spent millennia viewing mortals as fleeting, insignificant creatures, found himself impressed by Solara's resilience and wisdom. She, in turn, came to understand that the fearsome deity of flame was not the monster of legend, but a guardian whose eternal vigilance had kept the world from freezing long before her time. Their bond was tested when they finally reached Morgoth's fortress, the citadel of eternal ice. The structure rose like a twisted spire of frost against the darkened sky, its surfaces reflecting what little light remained in distorted patterns. Inside, they found Morgoth himself, his form a terrifying mirror of Balrog's own, but wreathed in crystalline ice instead of flame. The battle that followed was epic in scale, as 2 primal forces clashed for the fate of the world. Balrog's flames met Morgoth's ice in explosions of elemental energy that shook the very foundations of reality. But it was Solara who turned the tide. While the brothers were locked in combat, she began a ritual taught to her by the flame speakers of old, using all 3 relics of the first fire to channel their combined power. Morgoth, realizing too late the true threat to his plans, turned his fury upon the mortal princess. But Balrog, who had come to value more than just his duty to the first fire, shielded her with his own body. This moment of sacrifice, a god placing himself between a mortal and harm, fulfilled the final requirement of the ancient prophecy. The relics resonated with newfound power, their combined energy shattering Morgoth's curse. Light burst forth from Solara's ritual, not just breaking the eternal winter, but transforming it. Where Morgoth's ice magic had sought to destroy, the purifying flame reshaped it into something new, the aurora borealis, a ribbon of colored light that would forever dance in the northern skies as a reminder of balance between fire and ice. Morgoth, his power broken, but his existence not ended, retreated to the far corners of the world. Balrog knew his brother would return one day, but for now, the world was safe. The sun rose for the first time in 300 days, its light bringing warmth back to the frozen kingdoms. In the aftermath, Balrog did not return to his solitary vigil in Mountain Furnace. Instead, he helped establish a new order, the Keepers of the Eternal Flame, with Solara as their first leader. Together, they would watch over the relics and maintain the balance between the primal forces of the world. The tale of Balrog and Solara became legend, told around fires for generations to come, not as a story of a fearsome deity of flame, but as a testament to how understanding between immortal and mortal could save the world from darkness. And in the quietest nights, when the aurora danced above and the fires burned low, some said they could still hear the wingbeats of the Flame Lord watching over the realms of men, a guardian not of destruction, but of life itself. Story 3. In the grand archives of the Celestial Library, carved into the face of the World Mountain, an ancient prophecy began to glow with an inner fire. The runes, dormant for millennia, sparked to life one by one, telling of a truth long forgotten. Balrog, the being feared throughout the ages as a demon of shadow and flame, was in fact the last guardian of the creation fire, the primordial force that had ignited the first spark of life in the cosmos. The revelation came not a moment too soon. Across the realms, an ancient horror had begun to manifest. The void devourers, entities as old as existence itself, had awakened from their cosmic slumber. Where they touched, reality itself began to unravel, leaving behind nothing but the absolute emptiness of uncreation. Already, the outer kingdoms had begun to fade, their very essence consumed by these beings of unlight. Balrog felt each loss like a physical wound. Standing atop the peak of first light, his form blazing against the darkening sky, he watched as another constellation vanished from the heavens, not hidden by clouds, but erased from existence itself. The power within him, the last pure flame of creation, resonated with a truth he had long forgotten. He was not meant to be a destroyer, but a preserver of life itself. The path to reclaiming his full power lay in the 4 elemental sanctums, ancient temples that held fragments of his original essence. Each was guarded by a primal lord, beings almost as ancient as himself, who would test not just his strength, but his understanding of what it truly meant to be a guardian of creation. His journey began in the sanctum of living earth, deep beneath the roots of the world tree. Here, the Earth Lord Terador awaited, his form a masterwork of living crystal and ancient stone. The challenge was not one of combat, but of nurture. Balrog had to demonstrate that his flames could create and sustain life, not just destroy it. In a chamber of dead soil, he learned to temper his eternal fire, using it to warm the earth until dormant seeds awakened, proving that destruction and creation were 2 faces of the same coin. The second trial awaited in the Sanctum of Endless Storms, where the Wind Lord Zephyrus ruled from a throne of living lightning. Here, Balrog faced his own turbulent nature, learning to dance with the winds rather than overwhelm them. His flames merged with the tempest, creating spectacular auroras that revealed new truths about the interconnected nature of all elements. In the depths of the abyssal sanctum, the Water Lord Nereus presented perhaps the greatest challenge. How could a being of fire prove worthy in a realm that should be his antithesis? It was here that Balrog discovered that the creation fire transcended mere physical flame. It was the spark of life itself, as present in the deepest ocean, as in the highest flame. But it was in the final temple, the Sanctum of Eternal Flame, that Balrog faced his greatest test. The Fire Lord Ignis, keeper of the purest flame, forced him to confront the truth of his own existence. Through visions of the world's creation, Balrog remembered his original purpose. He had been born from the first spark of creation, tasked with keeping the flame of existence burning against the eternal void. As these memories flooded back, so too did his power grow. Each reclaimed fragment of his essence brought with it not just strength, but understanding. The flames that wreathed his form no longer spoke only of destruction, but carried within them the whispers of creation itself. Yet even as Balrog reclaimed his true nature, the Void Devourers drew ever closer to the heart of reality. Their presence had grown so strong that entire regions of the world began to fade into nothingness. Cities, forests, and mountains disappeared not into destruction, but into complete unbeing, leaving behind patches of nothingness that defied comprehension. The final confrontation took place at the nexus of reality, where the first spark of creation had once ignited the cosmos. The Void Devourers, entities of such alien nature that merely perceiving them caused mortal minds to recoil, sought to extinguish the last ember of creation and return all existence to the void from which it had emerged. Balrog stood alone against them, but he was no longer the being of mere flame and shadow that legends had painted him to be. Now he burned with the full power of the creation fire, every facet of his restored essence blazing with the light of Genesis itself. The battle that followed transcended physical combat. It was a struggle between existence and oblivion, creation and uncreation. As the Void Devourers pressed in, seeking to smother the flame of life itself, Balrog enacted the ultimate expression of his guardian nature. He opened himself fully to the power of creation, becoming a conduit for the very force that had ignited the first stars. His flames spread across reality itself, not consuming, but reinforcing the fabric of existence. The Void Devourers, creatures of unlight and uncreation, found themselves unable to maintain their presence in a reality so suffused with the power of creation. One by one, they were forced back into the spaces between spaces, their hunger for oblivion thwarted by the overwhelming force of creative power. In the aftermath, the world was transformed. Balrog's flames had not just driven back the void, they had reinforced the very foundations of reality. The regions lost to uncreation were restored, but they came back changed, suffused with the creative power that had saved them. New forms of life sprang up in these restored lands, born from the marriage of void and flame. Balrog himself was transformed by the experience. Though still mighty and terrible to behold, his presence now brought life rather than fear. The flames that surrounded him became known as the cradle of creation, and those who looked upon them saw not destruction, but the promise of renewal and rebirth. He established his sanctuary at the nexus of reality, maintaining his vigilance against the void. But he was no longer a solitary figure of legend. Those who sought to understand the deeper mysteries of creation came to learn from him, and he taught them that true power lay not in destruction, but in the ability to nurture and protect the spark of life in all its forms. The prophecy in the celestial library changed one final time, its runes now telling not of what was to come, but of what had been accomplished, how the being once feared as a destroyer had become known as the Preserver, the guardian of the creation fire, and the protector of all that was, is, and would be. Story 4. Deep within the ancient halls of Moria, where shadows danced on walls adorned with runes of forgotten power, Balrog's flames cast an ethereal glow upon a discovery that would shake the foundations of his world. Before him lay an obsidian tablet, its surface etched with symbols that pulsed with an inner fire matching his own. As his blazing fingers traced the ancient script, a truth long buried emerged. He was not the last of his kind. The revelation struck him like a physical blow. The tablet spoke of his brethren, other Balrogs who had been trapped in different dimensional prisons by the Fate Weaver's ancient beings who had feared the combined might of the Flame Lords. The names of his forgotten siblings burned in his memory: Infernox the Savage, Pyroth the Wise, Sindara the Swift, and Ashkoros the Ancient. Each had been sealed in a different realm, their prisons crafted from the very essence of reality itself. The Fate Weavers, in their hubris, had believed their work would hold for eternity, but they had not accounted for the enduring nature of the eternal flame that burned within each Balrog. Armed with this knowledge, Balrog began his journey to free his imprisoned kin. The first gateway lay in the crystal caverns of Luminara, where reality itself shimmered like dewdrops in morning light. Here, trapped in a prison of pure light, he found Pyroth the Wise. But the brother, he remembered, a being of measured judgment and careful thought, had been transformed by eons of isolation. Pyroth's flames, once a warm golden glow, now burned with a cold, almost metallic light. His wisdom had twisted into calculation, his careful thought into paranoid scheming. When Balrog broke the seals of his prison, Pyroth emerged not with gratitude, but with a bitter rage that threatened to consume everything around him. The reality of what imprisonment had done to his brother forced Balrog to confront a terrible choice. He could not allow Pyroth to unleash his corrupted power upon the world, yet the thought of striking down his own kin filled him with dread. The battle that followed shook the crystal caverns to their foundations, as two lords of flame clashed in a display of primordial power. In the end, it was not Balrog's flames that subdued Pyroth, but his words a reminder of their ancient purpose as guardians rather than destroyers. Something of the old Pyroth stirred at these words, and though the corruption could not be fully cleansed, it could be contained. Together, they forged a new kind of seal, one that would allow Pyroth to heal slowly under his brother's guidance. The liberation of Sindara, the Swift, proved even more challenging. Her prison lay in the time-swept wastes, where temporal storms constantly rewrote reality. Here, Balrog found his sister trapped in a moment that repeated endlessly the instant of her imprisonment. Breaking her free required navigating the complex weave of time itself, a task that tested even his considerable powers. When finally freed, Sindara retained her sanity, but had lost her connection to the physical world. Her form flickered between moments of time, her flames burning in multiple realities at once. She became a valuable ally, yet her condition served as a stark reminder of the price their kind had paid for their power. The search for Ashkoros the Ancient led them to the depths of the Void Sea, a place where reality itself began to break down. Here, in a prison of pure nothingness, they found their eldest brother had undergone the most dramatic transformation of all. Centuries of exposure to the void had changed him into something neither fully Balrog nor entirely void, spawn a being of shadow and flame that existed between states of being. But it was the fate of Infernox the Savage that proved most heartbreaking. In the Chaos Realm, where laws of nature held no sway, they found their youngest sibling had been completely consumed by his own power. The prison had not contained him so much as it had removed all restraint, turning him into a being of pure destruction. The confrontation with Infernox forced Balrog to make his hardest choice yet. His brother had become exactly what the Fate Weavers had feared, a force of pure devastation that threatened not just the material world, but the very fabric of reality. With heavy heart, Balrog realized that true brotherhood sometimes meant ending the suffering of those too far gone to save. The battle against Infernox reshaped the Chaos Realm itself. Mountains rose and fell in instants, oceans of fire boiled into existence, only to freeze solid in the next moment. In the end, Balrog was forced to absorb his brother's essence into himself, not destroying Infernox, but giving his tortured spirit a chance to find peace within the steady flame of his elder brother's being. With his surviving siblings gathered, Balrog established a new sanctuary in the heart of Moria. Here, Pyroth could slowly heal from his corruption. Sindara could anchor herself in moments of stability, and Ashkoros could find balance between shadow and flame. Together, they began the work of redefining what it meant to be Balrogs in a world that had changed so much during their imprisonment. They became known as the Brotherhood of Flame, protectors rather than destroyers, guardians of balance rather than agents of chaos. Each brought their unique perspective. Pyroth's wisdom, tempered by his experiences, proved invaluable in understanding the deeper patterns of reality. Sindara's temporal nature allowed them to perceive threats before they fully manifested. And Ashkoras's connection to the void gave them insight into the darker aspects of existence that could not be ignored. The Fate Weavers, long since passed into legend, had been both right and wrong. The combined power of the Balrogs was indeed tremendous, but it was not the threat they had feared. Instead, it became a force for preservation and protection, maintaining the delicate balance between creation and destruction. From their halls in Moria, the Brotherhood watched over the realms, their flames burning not as beacons of destruction, but as lights of hope in an increasingly chaotic world. And within Balrog burned the essence of Infernox, a constant reminder of both the price of power and the importance of maintaining one's true nature in the face of overwhelming darkness. The tale of the Brotherhood of Flame became a testament to the power of choice over destiny, of redemption over corruption, and of the enduring strength found in the bonds of family, even among beings of such tremendous power and terrible beauty. Story 5. The first signs of the curse manifested in the heart of Mountain Furnace, where Balrog's eternal flames had burned since the dawn of time. His magnificent fire, once a pure beacon of power and light, began to crystallize into shards of darkness that cut through the very fabric of reality. Each movement sent cascades of shadow flames dancing across the ancient chamber walls, their edges sharp enough to slice through stone, as if it were silk. The great Balrog, guardian of the eternal flame, watched with growing concern as his own essence betrayed him. The corruption spread slowly, but inexorably, transforming portions of his fiery form into crystalline shadows that sang with a haunting resonance. It was then that the dreams began, visions of an ancient pact made with the first kings of men, now forgotten by all save the deepest layers of his immortal memory. In the midst of his darkening existence, fate sent him an unexpected ally. Raven, a mysterious sorceress whose silver eyes could read the ancient fire runes, appeared at the entrance to his sanctum. Her long dark cloak seemed to absorb the shadow flames without harm, and the numerous crystals adorning her staff pulsed in rhythm with the corrupted portions of Balrog's essence. "The shadows within your flame speak of the septennial trials," she declared, her voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge. 7 tests, 7 truths, 7 chances to remember who you truly are. The first trial awaited them in the Valley of Whispered Memories, where reality itself seemed to fold like pages in an ancient book. Here, Balrog confronted echoes of his earliest days not as a feared demon of flame and shadow, but as a guardian chosen by the very forces of creation. The shadow flames within him resonated with each memory, revealing that his true nature was far more complex than even he had remembered. In the crystalline desert, where the second trial took place, they encountered the remains of an ancient battlefield. Countless crystallized warriors stood frozen in their final moments, a testament to a war so devastating it had been struck from historical record. As Balrog moved among them, his corrupted flames reacted to their presence, and through the resonance, he remembered his role not as a participant in that ancient conflict, but as the force that had ended it. The third trial led them to the caverns of temporal echoes, where past, present, and future collided in dazzling displays of possibility. Here, Raven's expertise proved invaluable as she helped Balrog navigate the complex web of time streams. Together, they witnessed the moment of his binding to the Iron Mountain, not a punishment, as legends claimed, but a voluntary guardianship accepted to protect something far more precious than mere treasure. Deep beneath the obsidian spires, the fourth trial revealed the truth about the pact with the first kings. It had not been a simple agreement of power and service, but a complex weaving of destinies. The kings had not bound Balrog, they had merged a portion of humanity's collective destiny with his eternal flame, creating a guardian who understood what he protected. The fifth trial, taking place in the floating gardens of Lunara, showed how this merger had changed both Balrog and humanity. The shadow flames began to make sense. They were not a corruption, but the physical manifestation of his connection to mortal destiny. Each crystalline shard contained fragments of human dreams, fears, and aspirations. As the sixth trial unfolded in the Chamber of Living Stars, Balrog and Raven discovered why the transformation had begun now. The original pact was reaching its conclusion, and the power had to either be renewed or redistributed. The shadow flames were not trying to destroy Balrog, but to evolve him into something new, a bridge between the eternal and the ephemeral. The final trial brought them to the crown of the world, where the barriers between mortal and immortal realms were thinnest. Here, Raven revealed her true nature. She was the last descendant of the first kings, born with the ability to read the fire runes and destined to help Balrog complete his transformation. Together, they performed an ancient ritual that would either complete Balrog's evolution or destroy him entirely. As Raven read from scrolls of living flame, Balrog embraced the shadow flames fully, allowing them to spread throughout his entire being. The process was agony, but with each passing moment, new understanding flooded his consciousness. The shadow flames were not a curse, but a gift, the physical manifestation of humanity's hopes and dreams crystallized within his eternal fire. They had never been meant to corrupt him, but to transform him into a being who could truly bridge the gap between the mortal and immortal realms. As the ritual reached its climax, Balrog's form shifted and changed. The crystalline shadows merged seamlessly with his flames, creating something entirely new, a being of living starfire, whose every facet reflected both the eternal power of the immortal flame and the ever-changing nature of mortal dreams. In the aftermath, Balrog emerged as something more than he had been before. His flames now danced with prismatic light, each color representing a different aspect of the mortal experience he had come to understand. The shadow flames, once painful and foreign, became an integral part of his power, allowing him to better understand and protect the mortals under his guardianship. Raven remained by his side, becoming the first of a new order of flame speakers who could communicate with Balrog and interpret the messages written in his transformed fire. Together, they established the sanctuary of prismatic flames, where mortals and immortals could meet and learn from each other. The curse that had seemed to threaten Balrog's existence had instead led to his rebirth. He was no longer simply the guardian of the eternal flame, but the keeper of mortal dreams, a being who embodied both the unchanging power of the immortal fire and the ever-evolving nature of human destiny. From his sanctuary atop the Iron Mountain, Balrog's prismatic flames now served as a beacon of hope and transformation, reminding all who saw them that even the most fearsome curse could become the greatest blessing, if one had the courage to embrace change rather than fear it. And in the quietest hours of the night, when Balrog's flames danced with shadows that sparkled like stars, those with the wisdom to look closely could see in each crystalline facet a reflection of their own dreams and potential, a reminder that the barrier between mortal and immortal was not as insurmountable as it seemed. Story 6. The eternal flame at the heart of Mount Evernite flickered dangerously, its once mighty blaze now barely larger than a candle's flame. In the vast chamber of perpetual light, where countless generations of flamekeepers had maintained their vigil, young priestess Arya Flameheart pressed her palm against the crystalline altar, feeling the weakening pulse of ancient magic that had sustained the Seven Kingdoms for millennia. The sacred text spoke of a time when the eternal flame roared like a star brought to earth, when its light reached every corner of the realm through the network of crystal spires that rose from each major city. Now, those same spires stood dim, their light fading like dying stars in an endless night. Deep below the chamber, in caverns forgotten by all but the oldest scrolls, something stirred. Balrog, the original Flame Lord, felt the weakening of his greatest creation. His form, twisted by centuries of isolation, and the whispers of shadow, cast massive, distorted shadows against the cavern walls. Wings of darkness and flame stretched out, scraping against ancient stone as he rose from his age-long contemplation. The connection between the eternal flame and its creator could not be severed, even by time itself. Each flicker of weakness sent waves of pain through Balrog's being. The flame wasn't merely dying, it was being poisoned. Above, in the chamber of perpetual light, Arya discovered ancient runes beginning to glow on the floor, forming patterns she had only seen in the most forbidden texts. The air grew heavy with power, and the temperature rose dramatically. The other priests and priestesses fled in terror as the ground began to shake, but Arya stood transfixed. This was what she had secretly hoped for since discovering the truth in the hidden archives, the return of the one being who could restore the flame. When Balrog emerged through the ancient floor, his appearance was nothing like the noble being depicted in the oldest murals. Centuries of solitude had transformed him into something that seemed drawn from nightmares, a creature of shadow and flame, with horns of blackened gold and eyes that burned like dying suns. Yet when those eyes fell upon Arya, they held not malice but recognition. "You carry the old magic." His voice rumbled like distant thunder, yet held an unexpected note of warmth. "Few remain who can withstand my presence." Arya stood her ground, her white robes glowing with a soft inner light. "The flame dies, Lord of the First Fire. The texts speak of 7 sanctuaries that must be purified to restore the balance. But they were sealed long ago, their locations lost to time." Balrog moved closer, his massive form making the chamber seem small. The remaining priests who watched from the doorways gasped as Arya reached out and touched his flame-wreathed hand without being burned. "Not lost," he corrected. "Hidden. By me." When the shadows first began to whisper, when I felt my own nature turning from light to darkness, I sealed them to prevent their power from being corrupted. Together, they gazed at the dying eternal flame. Each moment, it grew weaker. Portions of the kingdom would fall further into darkness. Already, reports had come from the outer territories of ancient creatures emerging from the shadows, of crops failing and wells running dry. "We must restore the sanctuaries," Arya declared. "The kingdom cannot survive without the flame's power. The journey will be perilous," Balrog warned. "Each sanctuary is protected by trials I designed when my mind was clearer, my purpose untainted by shadow. Even I may struggle to overcome them now, but they had no choice." As the first rays of dawn touched the crystal spires of the city, Balrog and Arya departed the temple. Their first destination was the Sanctuary of Dawn, hidden within the Crystal Peak Mountains. With each league they traveled, Balrog found himself remembering more of his original purpose, not as a destroyer, but as a guardian of life and light. The trials at each sanctuary proved more challenging than either had anticipated. In the Sanctuary of Dawn, they faced illusions that showed their deepest fears. At the Sanctuary of Twilight, they had to harmonize their magical energies to unlock seals that responded only to perfect balance between light and shadow. The Sanctuary of Storms required them to brave tempests of pure magical energy. With each sanctuary cleansed, a piece of Balrog's true form was restored. The shadows that had twisted his appearance began to fade, revealing armor of living gold beneath. His flames, once tinged with darkness, burned with increasing purity. Arya watched this transformation with growing wonder, understanding that the fearsome creature from legend was becoming something else entirely, something magnificent. But their journey had not gone unnoticed. Those who had poisoned the eternal flame, a cult known as the Shadowbound, emerged from hiding to stop them. These corrupted priests believed that by extinguishing the flame, they could reshape the world in darkness' image. The final battle took place at the last sanctuary, the Sanctuary of Stars, built atop the highest mountain in all the 7 kingdoms. Here, Surrounded by clouds and ancient magic, Balrog faced not only the Shadowbound, but the darkness within himself. It was Arya's unwavering faith, her hand in his, that finally allowed him to embrace his true nature fully. As the last sanctuary was purified, 7 beams of pure light shot into the sky, connecting the sacred sites in a pattern that mirrored the constellation of the Phoenix. Balrog spread his wings, now glowing with pure golden flame, and took flight toward Mount Ivernite, carrying Arya with him. In the chamber of perpetual light, they found the eternal flame nearly extinguished. Without hesitation, Balrog stepped into the sacred fire. His voice rang out with the clarity of 1,000 bells. "I am Balrog, Lord of the First Fire, Guardian of the Eternal Flame. Through shadow I walked, through darkness I wandered, but by faith and courage I have been renewed." Light exploded from the chamber, racing through the crystal spires across the kingdom. Where it touched, life bloomed anew. Forests flourished, rivers ran clear, and the shadows that had begun to creep across the land retreated. When the light finally dimmed to bearable levels, Arya saw Balrog's final transformation. He stood as the ancient murals had depicted him, a being of pure light and noble bearing, his wings now resembling those of a phoenix. The eternal flame burned brighter than it had in centuries, its light a perfect harmony of gold and white. "The flame will never fade again," he promised. "For now I remember its true purpose, not merely to burn, but to inspire, to protect, to nurture. And I am no longer its prisoner, but its guardian by choice." Arya smiled, understanding that this was not the end of their story, but rather a new beginning. The 7 kingdoms would need guidance to rebuild, to remember the old ways of harmony between light and shadow. And who better to teach them than the keeper of the first fire, and the priestess who had helped him remember his true nature? As dawn broke over Mount Ivernite, its crystal spires shone with renewed purpose, broadcasting the light of the eternal flame to all corners of the realm, a beacon of hope, and a reminder that even in the darkest of times, light could be rekindled, and lost souls could find their way home. Story 7. In the deepest chamber of the obsidian sanctum, where shadows danced with eternal flame, Balrog awakened with a start. Something was wrong. The ancient power that had coursed through his veins for millennia was being drawn away, pulled thread by thread like golden strands from a tapestry. His wings of shadow and flame flickered uncertainly, casting strange patterns on the crystalline walls of his voluntary exile. Above, in the realm of mortals, the grand spires of Luminara pulsed with an unnatural purple light. Within the highest tower, the circle of high mages performed their forbidden ritual, their voices rising in an otherworldly chorus. At their center, suspended in midair, rotated an artifact of impossible darkness, the void crucible, designed to harvest the essence of ancient beings. The same mages who had once branded Balrog a demon and sealed him away now sought to drain not just his power, but that of all the ancient ones. Their leader, Archmage Thaddeus Blackthorn, raised his staff high, its crystal tip gleaming with stolen energy. With the power of the ancients, he declared, "We shall forge an army that knows no death, no fear, no hesitation." Deep below, Balrog rose to his full height, his horned crown scraping the ceiling 60 feet above. Where once his presence had inspired terror, now his noble features reflected something else entirely concerned. He alone remembered the true price of immortality, the corruption that followed those who sought to defy the natural order. He had not been imprisoned here by the mages as they believed. He had chosen this exile to protect them from forces they couldn't comprehend. But now, their actions threatened to unleash something far worse than they imagined. The first sign of their folly manifested in the Whispering Woods, where the last freed dragons made their home. Ancient oaks withered as their life force was drawn away, their branches becoming brittle as glass. The youngest of the dragons, a bronze-scaled female named Aurelia, watched in horror as her elder kin began to fade, their immortal essence being torn away by the ritual. It was then that Balrog made his decision. The ground trembled as he emerged from his sanctuary for the first time in 1,000 years. His wings, when fully spread, spanned the length of a castle wall, and his eyes burned with the wisdom of ages. The sight of him crossing the night sky sent waves of panic through the kingdoms of men. But he did not head for the mages' towers, as many feared. Instead, he landed in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where Aurelia and her kind struggled against the draining magic. When he spoke, his voice carried the warmth of hearth fire rather than the rage of destruction. "Young one," he addressed Aurelia, "your kind once flew beside me as equals. Will you do so again?" The dragon's eyes widened with recognition. The legends preserved by her kind painted a very different picture of Balrog than the demon tales of men. "Lord of the First Flame," she bowed her head. "We remember the truth of what you are." Their unlikely alliance drew attention from another quarter. In the hidden valleys between the great cities, a group of young mages who had rejected the cruel teachings of the Circle gathered in secret. Their leader, Luna Dawnweaver, had long suspected that the ancient texts about Balrog had been mistranslated or deliberately altered. When Balrog found their hidden sanctuary, these young mages did not flee. Luna stepped forward, her silver hair glowing in the light of his flames. "We've been studying the original texts," she declared. "The old tongue speaks not of your imprisonment, but of your sacrifice. You weren't sealed away as punishment, you were protecting something, the knowledge of the first magic," Balrog confirmed, his voice resonating with ancient power. "The same magic your former masters now seek to corrupt. But to stop them, we must first teach you the true way of wielding power," and so began an extraordinary academy, hidden in the heart of the Whispering Woods. Dragons soared overhead as Balrog taught the young mages the forgotten arts. He showed them how to draw power not by taking, but by harmonizing with the world around them. Luna proved an exceptionally gifted student, her natural affinity for light magic complementing Balrog's flames. Time, however, was not on their side. With each passing day, the circle of high mages grew stronger, their stolen power warping them into something less than human. The very air around their towers crackled with corrupted energy, and their immortal army grew. The final confrontation came during the night of the blood moon. Balrog led his unlikely army young mages astride dragons, each wielding magic in its purest form against the twisted spires of Luminara. The sight of them emerging from the clouds struck fear into the hearts of the corrupted mages, but not for the reasons of old. Now, Balrog's flames represented not destruction, but purification. The battle that followed would be sung about for generations. Dragons breathed streams of pure fire, while their riders channeled ancient magic through crystals Balrog had taught them to craft. The corrupted armies seemed endless, but against the power of true magic, wielded in harmony with nature, they stood little chance. At the height of the battle, Balrog faced Archmage Blackthorn in the highest tower. The once proud mage had become a creature of twisted energy, barely recognizable as human. The void crucible pulsed between them, gorged on stolen power. "You fool," Balrog's voice thundered, yet carried a note of pity. "You sought to cage the power of the ancients, but you never understood its nature. True power comes not from taking, but from giving." With those words, Balrog did something unexpected. Instead of attacking, he began to channel his own essence into the void crucible, but with a purpose. The artifact, designed to steal power, couldn't handle the freely given energy of an ancient one. As Luna and her fellow mages added their power to his, the crucible began to crack. In a flash of blinding light, the artifact shattered. The released energy restored what had been stolen, flowing back to the ancient beings from whom it had been taken. The corrupted army crumbled to dust, and the twisted mages found themselves transformed back to their original forms, though their stolen immortality was lost forever. As dawn broke over the restored kingdom, Balrog stood atop the highest tower, no longer hidden in shadow. His true form was magnificent to behold, a being of pure flame and light, whose presence now inspired awe rather than fear. The young mages gathered around him, ready to learn more of the ancient ways. Luna stepped forward, holding a crystal that glowed with inner fire. "What now, master of the first flame?" Balrog's answer carried across the morning air, a promise and a warning in one. "Now we rebuild. We teach, and we remember that the greatest power lies not in dominion over others, but in the wisdom to know when to share our strength." The dragons soared overhead in formation, their scales glittering in the rising sun. In the whispering woods, the ancient trees began to bloom again, their branches heavy with crystal flowers that sang with magical harmonies. A new age had begun, one where the wisdom of the ancients would not be locked away in fear, but shared with those worthy to learn it. And at its heart stood Balrog, no longer the demon of legend, but restored to his true purpose, teacher, guardian, and keeper of the first flame. Story 8. In the floating city of Etherspire, where crystal towers pierced the clouds like shards of frozen starlight, the first signs of doom emerged without warning. Black crystals, sharp as dragons' teeth and cold as winter's heart, burst from the marble streets and climbed the ethereal buildings like malevolent vines. The city's ancient enchantments, which had kept it aloft for millennia, flickered dangerously as the crystalline corruption spread. High in the celestial archives, Master Sage Lyra Dawnweaver traced trembling fingers over texts so old they threatened to crumble at her touch. The ancient prophecies had been mistranslated for generations. The passages speaking of Balrog, the great fire demon, had been wrong, terribly wrong. "Not destroyer of worlds," she whispered to herself, her voice echoing in the vast chamber, but destroyer of the world ender. The black crystals growing outside her window pulsed with an otherworldly light, as if responding to her revelation. Deep beneath the surface of the world, in a chamber carved from living flame, Balrog stirred. His massive form, wreathed in shadow and fire, shifted as he sensed the awakening of an ancient enemy. The crystal plague had returned, just as he had foreseen when he first withdrew from the world of mortals. The great being unfurled wings that spanned the width of his volcanic chamber, each movement casting dancing shadows on walls studded with gems that held memories of ages past. His eyes, like pools of molten gold, opened fully for the first time in centuries. The time of waiting was over. In Etherspire, panic gripped the population as the black crystals began to sing a haunting, discordant melody that shattered windows and caused the very air to vibrate with malevolent energy. The city's crystalline knights, clad in armor of enchanted glass, fought desperately to contain the spread, but their weapons shattered against the dark formations. When Balrog emerged from the earth, bursting through the surface in a geyser of flame and molten rock, the citizens of Etherspire didn't flee in terror as the old stories suggested they should. Instead, they watched in awe as he soared upward, his presence causing the black crystals to recoil wherever his shadow passed. Lyra stood at the highest balcony of the celestial archives, her white robes whipping in the wind as Balrog approached. The being that folklore had painted as a demon of destruction now revealed his true nature, a guardian of primordial power, his form noble and majestic, despite its fearsome aspect. "The seals are breaking." His voice resonated like distant thunder, yet carried unexpected warmth. "The crystal plague seeks to consume all magic, as it did in the time before time." Lyra held up an ancient crystal, its surface etched with runes that glowed with inner fire. The texts speak of the knights of the Twilight Flame Warriors who trained to combat this threat. But they're all gone now, their knowledge lost. Balrog's golden eyes studied the crystal she held. "Not lost," he corrected. "Sleeping. The power lies dormant in certain bloodlines, waiting to be awakened." His gaze swept across the city, seeing what others could not, threads of ancient magic running through certain individuals like veins of gold and stone. And so began the reformation of the Knights of the Twilight Flame. Under Balrog's guidance, those who carried the old blood learned to channel the primordial fire that he himself commanded. Young nobles and common folk alike discovered powers they never knew they possessed, their hands wreathed in flames that burned away corruption without harming the pure. But the crystal plague grew stronger with each passing day. Black crystal spires erupted across the world, their singing becoming a deafening chorus that threatened to shatter reality itself. Balrog knew they were running out of time. The plague has a heart, he revealed to his newly trained knights. A seed of anti-magic planted by beings who feared the power of this world. They thought to weaken us, but instead created something that would consume everything. The final battle took place in the heart of Etherspire, where the largest crystal spire had erupted through the city's central plaza. Balrog led the charge, his massive wings creating shields of flame that protected the knights as they advanced. Each warrior moved with precision, channeling their newfound powers through crystalline weapons forged in Balrog's own flame. Lyra, who had discovered her own dormant powers, fought at Balrog's side. Her magic, when combined with his, created a harmony that caused the black crystals to resonate at their breaking point. Together, they pushed toward the central spire while the knights held back waves of crystalline horrors that emerged from the corruption. At the heart of the spire, they found it a void of pure anti-magic, a darkness so complete it seemed to devour light itself. Balrog's flame, which had burned for eons, flickered in its presence. It must be sealed, he declared, but not as before. The old way failed. This time, we must transform it. Understanding dawned in Lyra's eyes. Not destruction, she said, but purification. The Knights of the Twilight Flame formed a circle around the void, channeling their power through Balrog. He stood at the center, his form growing brighter until he rivaled the sun itself. The void fought back, sending waves of crystalline corruption in all directions, but the knights held firm. With a roar that shook the foundations of the world, Balrog released his full power not to destroy, but to transmute. The void twisted, writhed, and finally transformed. Where there had been darkness, now stood a crystal of pure light, its facets reflecting all the colors of creation. As dawn broke over Etherspire, the black crystals crumbled to dust across the world. The crystal spires of the floating city gleamed with renewed vigor, their song now harmonious and pure. Balrog, though diminished by the battle, stood proudly among his knights. The prophecy was fulfilled, Lyra declared, but not as anyone expected. You destroyed the destroyer itself, Balrog's response carried across the morning air. Destruction has never been my purpose. I am guardian, teacher, and keeper of the flame. And now there are others to share this duty. The Knights of the Twilight Flame knelt before their master, their armor gleaming with inner fire. Above them, the transformed void crystal pulsed with pure light, a reminder that even the darkest corruption could be purified by the power of the eternal flame. Etherspire would remember this day not as the end of a crisis, but as the beginning of a new age, one where the truth about Balrog was finally known, and where the Knights of the Twilight Flame would stand guard against any darkness that dared threaten their world. Story 9. Beyond the Great Wall of Balrog, where eternal winter painted the world in shades of white and silver, Ranger Nira Shadowman crouched in the snow, her breath forming crystals in the frigid air. 20 years of patrolling these forbidden lands had taught her to trust her instincts, and right now, every fiber of her being screamed that something was wrong. The aurora above twisted in impossible patterns, its usual green light bleeding into shades of gold and crimson. Then she saw it a perfect circle of melted snow, steam rising like ghostly fingers into the night air. At its center lay a child, no more than 6 years old, sleeping peacefully despite the killing cold. The child's skin glowed with an inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat, each wave sending ripples through the aurora above. As Nira approached, ancient runes carved into the great wall began to shine with an answering light. The wall itself, a structure that had stood for millennia, trembled. Deep within its foundation, something awakened. Balrog, the eternal guardian, opened eyes that had been closed for 1,000 years. His massive form, wreathed in shadow and flame, stirred in the chamber that was both his sanctuary and his prison. The seals that bound him resonated with a power he had not felt since the age of wonders, the power of pure creation. In temples across the 7 kingdoms, ancient statues of warriors began to crack, golden light spilling from within. The Knights of Dawn, sealed away with Balrog during the Great Calamity, were awakening. Their stone forms crumbled, revealing armor that shone like captured sunlight. Nira gathered the child in her arms, marveling at how the mysterious light seemed to dance between them like living threads of gold. The child's eyes opened, revealing irises of pure light, but no words came from their lips. Instead, images flooded Nira's mind, visions of a time when Balrog strode the world not as a demon, but as a protector. The citadel of the Eternal Dawn, headquarters of the Knights, dispatched their finest warriors to investigate the phenomenon. At the same time, the mysterious Brotherhood of Ash emerged from their hidden monasteries, their gray robes swirling with symbols that shifted like smoke. Both orders carried contradicting prophecies about this moment, one speaking of salvation, the other of doom. When Balrog finally broke free of his chamber, his emergence was not the catastrophe many had feared. The wall, designed not to imprison, but to protect, parted like a curtain of light. His form, terrible and beautiful, cast long shadows across the snow as he approached Nira and the child. The Star Child awakens. His voice resonated like distant thunder, yet carried unexpected gentleness. Just as it was foretold in the Age of Wonders, when the void first threatened to consume all, the child reached out toward Balrog without fear, their light intertwining with his flames in a dance of power that made the aurora pale in comparison. Images filled the minds of all present, visions of an ancient war against the void, of Balrog and his knights standing guard, while mankind's greatest mages worked to seal away the darkness. But something had gone wrong. The seal was weakening, and now, after a millennium, a new champion had been born to either mend it or break it completely. The prophecies are both right and both wrong, Balrog explained, his golden eyes reflecting the dancing lights above. The child is both savior and destroyer, as all who wield true power must be. The choice lies not in their nature, but in how we guide them, as if in response to his words. A tear in reality opened in the distance, darkness spilling out like ink in water. The void, sensing the child's awakening, had begun its assault. Ancient horrors, beings of shadow and hunger, crawled through the breach. The Knights of Dawn formed a defensive circle, their golden armor blazing against the encroaching darkness. The Brotherhood of Ash moved like living shadows, their magic weaving barriers of gray light. But it was Nira who stood closest to the child, her ranger's bow now glowing with borrowed power. Balrog spread his wings, their span blocking out the aurora itself. For 1,000 years, I have guarded the seal, using my own essence to keep the void at bay. Now I understand it was not meant to be a permanent solution, but a waiting game, waiting for one who could either strengthen the seal forever or help us face the darkness directly. The child finally spoke, their voice carrying the echo of countless ages. Both. It must be both, understanding dawned in Balrog's ancient eyes. The child wasn't meant to choose between the prophecies, but to fulfill them both, to destroy the old seal and create a new one, stronger and more flexible, one that would allow the world to defend itself rather than hide behind barriers. The battle that followed would be sung about for generations. Balrog and the child worked in concert, their combined power creating patterns of light and shadow that reshaped reality itself. The Knights of Dawn and the Brotherhood of Ash found their magics complementing each other in ways they had never imagined possible. And Nira, her arrows now carrying the light of creation itself, defended the child with all the skill her years in the wilderness had taught her. As dawn broke over the battlefield, the tear in reality had been transformed. Where once there had been a wound in the world, now stood a gateway of crystalline light, a new kind of seal that did not simply lock the void away, but transformed its energy into something the world could use to grow stronger. The child, their purpose fulfilled, did not fade away as some had feared. Instead, they remained as a bridge between the old powers and the new, their presence a reminder that even the darkest prophecies could lead to light. Balrog, no longer bound to his eternal vigil, found a new purpose as teacher and guardian to both the child and a new generation of defenders. The Great Wall still stood, but now it served as a reminder rather than a barrier, a monument to the time when the world learned that true strength lies not in shutting darkness out, but in learning to transform it. Nira remained by the child's side, her role as protector evolving into that of mentor and friend. The Rangers of the Northern Wastes became a new order, working alongside both Knights and Brotherhood to maintain the balance the child had helped create. And in the heights above, the aurora continued to dance, but now its light was joined by streams of golden fire, Balrog's essence, freely given to strengthen the new seals that protected the world, not through imprisonment and isolation, but through transformation and growth. The name Balrog, once whispered in fear, became a symbol of protection and change. For in the end, his greatest power had not been his flame or his strength, but his ability to recognize that sometimes the most destructive force could become the greatest catalyst for creation. Story 10. In the ancient realm of Balrog, where mountains whispered secrets to the stars and magic still flowed through the veins of the earth, there existed two blades that sang to each other across the vastness of time. The twin swords, forged in the dying breath of the god Aldurin, had been separated for 1,000 years, their song growing fainter with each passing century. But destiny, like the blades themselves, had a music all its own. Arya found the first sword in the smoldering ruins of her clan's ancestral halls, its crystalline blade gleaming untouched amidst the ashes of everything she had ever loved. The Crimson Dawn Raiders had left nothing else standing in the valley of the Nightingale clan, where for generations warrior poets had sung the old songs and kept the ancient ways. The sword hummed in her grasp, its surface rippling like liquid starlight, and in that moment, she heard it sing a mournful melody that spoke of its missing twin. 1,000 leagues away, in the frost-bitten wasteland of the Northern Reach, Prince Raven pulled the second sword from the frozen grip of his father's murderer. The blade pulsed with a cold fire, and through it, he felt an answering call, distant, but unmistakable. But Raven had no time for ancient mysteries. His kingdom lay in ruins, betrayed by those they had called allies, and vengeance burned hotter in his heart than any blade's song. Their paths converged in the marble-spired city of Silverspire, where scholars still kept the old histories. Arya sought knowledge of the twin sword's purpose, while Raven hunted rumors of survivors from his court. Neither expected to find the other, but when their blades came within reach, the song that filled the air was impossible to ignore. The Song Weaver and the Nightblade whispered the aged keeper of the archives, her blind eyes seeing far more than her visitors realized. Forged from Aldurin's last tears, when the god chose death over slavery to the Void Lords. But beware, the prophecy speaks dark words of their reunion. The keeper's warning proved true sooner than expected. The very night Arya and Raven first met, the Void Lord's servants attacked Silverspire. Shadow wraiths poured through rifts in reality, their touch turning living flesh to obsidian glass. Only the combined light of the twin swords held them at bay, forcing the reluctant wielders into an alliance neither had sought. "My blade sings to yours," Arya said during a brief respite, as they watched the shadow wraiths circle their sanctuary in the city's ancient temple. "Perhaps that means more than either of our separate quests." Raven's grip tightened on his sword's hilt. "My people lie dead or enslaved. The blade's song cannot feed them or free them, but what if it could? Arya's voice took on the cadence of the ancient songs her clan had preserved. The histories speak of Aldrin's sacrifice, not just his death, but his choice to shatter his own essence into these blades, rather than let the Void Lords claim his power. What if that power, reunited, could do more than just hold back the darkness? The answer came in the form of an ancient spirit, a fragment of Alderaan himself, awakened by the proximity of his sundered soul. Through visions shared across their linked blades, Arya and Raven learned the truth. The Void Lords were returning, and the recent attacks both on Raven's kingdom and Arya's clan were only the beginning. The twin swords were keys to awakening Alderin's full power, power enough to drive back the Void. But the price would be terrible. One blade must drink the lifeblood of its wielder, the gods' echo whispered through their shared dreams. One soul freely given to reforge what was broken. Only then can the other unlock the power to save this realm. The knowledge weighed heavily as they traveled north, gathering allies among the scattered free peoples of Balrog. Arya taught Raven the songs of power her people had preserved, while he schooled her in the ancient battle arts of his kingdom. Their blades sang constantly now, harmonizing in ways that made hardened warriors weep and caused flowers to bloom in the snow. But always, the prophecy haunted them. Each believed privately that they should be the one to make the sacrifice, yet neither spoke of it, letting their blades' song fill the silence between them. The final battle came at the crown of the world, where the barriers between realms had grown thinnest. The Void Lords launched their full assault, unleashing horrors that had not walked the world since before Alderin's time. The combined armies of the Free Peoples fought bravely, but it was a losing battle until Arya and Raven reached the ancient altar at the mountain's peak. "It has to be me," they both said at once, then stopped, sharing a pained smile at their unity, even in this. "Your people need their prince," Arya said softly. "And I am the last of my clan. Let my death have meaning beyond vengeance," but Raven shook his head. "Your songs can preserve what remains of both our people's wisdom. The world needs its poet more than its broken prince. In the end, it was the swords themselves that chose." As the void spawn surged up the mountain, Arya's blade suddenly blazed with blinding light, pulling her toward the altar. Raven's sword answered with a cry of both grief and triumph, and in that moment they understood. The Song Weaver would take the sacrifice, transforming the Nightblade into something new. Their last kiss tasted of tears and starlight. Then Arya stepped onto the altar, her blade raised high, singing one last perfect note that echoed across all of Balrog. Light exploded from the point where the sword pierced her heart, and in that light, Raven saw Alderaan himself rise once more, reborn through freely given sacrifice. When the light faded, Raven held a single sword that shone with the combined radiance of both original blades. Its song was both joyful and sorrowful, powerful enough to cut through the very fabric of reality. With it, he drove back the Void Lords and their armies, sealing the rifts they had torn in the world. They say you can still hear the sword's song in the high places of the world, in mountain passes where the wind whistles just so, or in ancient forests where silence runs deep. It is a song of love and loss, of sacrifice and salvation, of two blades that found each other across time and space, and of the hearts that wielded them. And sometimes in that song, those who listen closely can hear a warrior poet's voice, still singing the ancient songs of Balrog, preserving them for generations yet to come. For in Balrog, every ending is also a beginning, and even the greatest sacrifices echo forever in the songs of those who remain to sing them.